Oh, I'm so clever, my microphone was muted. And I've been talking to no one. Great. Anyway. Try this color. Yeah, this looks good enough. Let's start the recording. See what happens. Sometimes I forget that I'm actually using Photoshop again, and that I can use tools like lasso and transform without having a crisis. I keep thinking about this thing where I don't really feel like it lately, but I could use these streams as an excuse to do some voice journaling, and just, since nobody's watching anyway, I could just, you know, set on the camera and start just ranting non-stop, stream of consciousness. I think it might be good or helpful, or it might just drive me crazy, who knows. Both things could be good. Feel like this knee could be a bit higher, but no one cares really. It's a good idea regardless of whether people are listening or not. I think it is, and it can help me get used to just talking and drawing at the same time. And also I think it's a bit more engaging for potential lurkers that just show up to the stream to see what's going on. If they find someone just autistic looking, staring at a screen, just painting a naked dude in their underwear, they're gonna be like, what the hell's going on here? But if they encounter the same scene, but that guy is just talking to himself, I think they're gonna be more like, okay, this guy has totally lost it, I'm gonna talk to him. I think that's the best way to make friends, right? I don't know, I wish this thing was like actual real life, you know, where I can just be weird, sit in a corner and people want to be my friend. But I guess since here I have the protection of being behind the screen, people don't really feel so attracted to the idea of forcing me to be their friend. Okay, let's try some purple. And let's draw some shadows just because it's cool. This one I'm gonna do more drawing and less painting, I don't know why. Shape. Shadow here. This arm is in shadow, so I'm just gonna group it up. With that, I'm recording. Microphone is working. I look like I'm in a fish tank because everything is blue behind me. Reflect to the back by using the color of the shadow. Couple shadows on the floor. Maybe the roomy yellow and purple are my favorite colors. Of course. No one has ever used these colors before. It's funny how the same color combination can be cool or cringe, because nowadays probably the first thing that comes to mind when you think about purple and yellow is cyberpunk, because it's a really nice poppy contrast of two opposing, quote-unquote opposing colors. But if I think about this color combination, the first thing that comes to mind is actually Wario, and it's not as cool. Okay, we got this. Let's use hard light. Hard light is cool. I think it mixes colors in a less muddy way. Keeps colors vibrant, which is always good. Photoshop tends to make things gray and awful. Unless you're abusing color dodge, which is what the cool kids do. I'm not one of them. Gotta use hard light. It's more of my kind. Keep the lights yellow, I think. Repeat the same pattern I've done on the one on the left, where I'm gonna quickly do it just as a reminder myself. Where the bounce light coming from the left side, it's kind of yellow. And the light coming from the right is more blue. That can be cool. Let's try it for the bottom. I can do a bit of a gradient. Light coming from the bottom is going to be orange, because why not? It's red. Coming from the top is going to be green. Alright, I think I've had enough of this guy. Let's see. Might go back to it though at some point. I don't dislike it. Okay. That's gonna be the starting color. Maybe this. Hey there, it's Copper. How's it going? Good, I'm glad. Well, I'm doing fine too. Here, just painting some weird color people. Only started using Kick recently. Still don't know how this thing works, but hey, I'd be painting anyway. Nice anatomy? Thanks. Today I'm just mostly focusing on having fun with colors. But yeah, I just realized that I don't usually draw muscle people, like all these ripped guys, and it's actually a lot of fun. So maybe I can learn some things today. What do you normally draw? A little bit of everything, but for this past month I've been doing this challenge called Kimo event, and it's about figure drawing, and usually I tend to draw more like girls, and you know, it's more common. A lot of artists tend to draw, tends to go to the drawing girls type or drawing monsters or all that stuff, but I don't usually draw these type of guys, so I thought, hey, let's give it a try. Let's draw some muscles, some ripped dudes. Relatable. Yeah. You're an artist yourself? I also draw, now digitally. I switched like 4 months ago. Oh, nice, nice. I like seeing other artists around. Man, the switching is, I don't know how you're feeling about it, but it's rough. For me it was not easy. I was so used to doing things traditionally, and then when I started using tablets and Photoshop, I was really frustrated. I don't know, what are you using? Are you using Photoshop, Procreate, screen tablet, screenless tablet? There are so many options nowadays. Procreate, that's nice. I feel like that probably makes the transition a little bit easier, since you are already drawing on a screen and the engine is pretty good. When I started digitally, I just got like the cheapest screenless tablet you could find and opened Photoshop, and everything was hell. It was almost like having to learn to draw from scratch again. I don't know how are the rules here in Kik for links, but if you are allowed and you can post links, feel free to share your social media or whatever. If you post your art, share it with me and I'll check it out later once I'm done. Yeah, I first used Clip Studio Paint, then I quit, but now I'm committed to digital art with Procreate. I see. Did you try Clip Studio on the iPad too? I'm assuming it's what you used. Yeah, it has over my head. I see. Well, it's nice to see more people committed to art. I also was not really in the mood to switch. Yeah, like, don't need to be harsh about it. Just it's not a, you know, you're not getting married to a software or a particular way of making art. You can always go back and forth. At first you will encounter this barrier that it looks like you are going backwards, but once you get used to the medium, actually you can transfer things from one thing to the other. Things you do in traditional make you draw better digitally, and things you learn digitally make you draw better traditionally. The only real thing I have not really been happy about is my line art with digital. Yeah, I get what you mean. Line art with digital is a whole, it's its own thing. Because with traditional everything falls in place, but with digital you get all this weird, it's hard to make the connection, it's hard to make the lines smooth, you know, especially the getting out of a line and coming back into the line. When you're doing it traditionally, you can just make it really smooth, but when you try to do that digitally, you always end up getting weird edges. Used to a G pen and inking with manga paper, that's my strong suit. Oh, you mean a Pilot G pen? One of those? I love these guys. No? Oh, like a calligraphy pen. I don't know if I've ever tried those ones, but I know what type of pen you mean. I don't know the particular model you're talking about, but let me check it out. Oh, those things are cool, man. Yeah, like it's you're never gonna get the same feeling with a, because if you're drawing in manga paper, like the texture of the paper, the scratching of the tip of the pen, it's just so good. Like you're never gonna get that feeling when you're drawing on a glass surface. The most popular in the manga art community. Didn't even know about those. I don't know, something that usually helps with line art, especially at the beginning, is make sure that you are drawing on a big enough canvas, because a lot of people end up drawing on a really small canvas and then you don't realize but you're trying to make line art, and then you end up drawing with single pixel brush, and it's really hard to get some, you know, texture and some nice shapes out of the line because you don't have enough information to make the line feel good. How about you? What tablet do you use? I'm still using an old Intuos 4. I'm just using one of the screenless tablets. It's an Intuos L4. It's pretty big. It's like A4 size. So it allows me to use the whole movement of the arm. Like I said before, it took me a while to get used to the screenless tablet drawing, but now I really enjoy it. And lately I have been using Krita. It has a particular brush that it's a lot of fun called Chrome Brush. But today I just felt like switching for a little bit and just going back to Photoshop and doing some color sketches. Need to keep the practice fun and entertaining. I was going to get a 15-inch tablet, but I just decided I was going to get 13 iPad because I also use it for school and other stuff. Yeah, I think the iPad is a really good option, especially because you have it all. You know, you just need the iPad, the pen, and that's it. You don't need to worry about drivers, installing things. Procreate is pretty cheap and available, so you don't need a whole setup. If you want to get like a regular tablet, then you still need to have a decent PC, and then you have to deal with drivers and software. So I think if you just want to get started, the best option is the iPad. And a lot of people use it professionally nowadays, so it's not even just a starting point. Like, you can start there and stay there. Yeah, I get that. So even if you end up not doing digital art, the only thing you would have wasted is the pen, but you can still use the iPad for everything else. Yeah, I think it was a good choice. I first tried a really junky small screenless tablet and I hate it. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. My first tablet was like the cheapest thing I could find, and I still managed to do some art out of that, but it just took a lot of patience and dedication. So are you working on a comic? Or do you plan to? Well, and by comic I mean manga, I'm assuming. Not at this time. But at some point, it's the plan, right? We all have that story in our head. Yeah, I feel you. I have no confidence in my writing, so I just work with other people for writing. I think that's pretty good. You can focus on the drawing, but the writing for someone else, it's a pretty valid way to work. Unless you really want to write your own story, then that's a different story, then that's a different issue. Have you tried writing? I'm gonna write an original story soon. Just thinking of a small story I can fit in 15 pages for a composition. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Focusing on something, focus on something you can finish. That's the best way to not get lost in the process. Do I have a Discord server? Not at the moment. I should probably make one to keep in touch with people, but I don't. I think it's probably the next thing I should do. I'm just terrible at social media in general, but could make one and submit art to it. Yeah, you're not wrong. I do enjoy sharing art on Discord. Yeah, I'm in the server of other people and I have friends with their own servers. I just never really thought about making my own. But I do enjoy sharing art over there. It feels a lot better than regular social media, because most people in there are interested in whatever you're doing. How long have I been streaming on Kick? I think this is the third time. I just recently started. I started streaming on YouTube at the beginning of this month, and I thought, since I'm already doing the work of, you know, setting up OBS and being in front of the camera and streaming for almost no one, I thought, why not try just multi-streaming? And I also recently I started streaming to Twitch and Kick at the same time, and just see if something, you know, if I get some attention somewhere. But yeah, like, this is probably like the third time that I'm streaming on this platform. I have never used it before for anything. That's why I was saying I don't really know how this platform works or what's different between these platforms or other platforms. I literally just made an account and click go live. So yeah, I know each platform has its own, you know, ups and downs, and this is probably a newer platform. I feel like there is less people using Kick, but it's a bit easier to get random people to show up to your stream and just say hi, which for a small streamer I think it's the best option you have. I don't know, do you know much about Kick? Have you been using it for a while, or? Yeah, my friend streamed on Kick to no one for like 2 months, but now he makes money of it. Oh, that's nice. It's good. It's good to hear that, you know, effort pays off. That's really cool. But yeah, honestly, at this point, I'm not even doing this with the hopes of making money. It's just, like I said before, I'm really lazy and really awful when it comes to using social media in general. I just kind of hate sharing my art, not because I don't want other people to see it, but just because what it means and how it is, and I don't know, sharing stuff on Instagram or other platforms, it's like I don't even want to open those things, or when I finish drawing, I don't want to just save my drawing and share it. But at some point I thought, hey, what I really like about making art is making it, is the act of being here, drawing, painting, whatever. So maybe streaming is for me. So maybe this is my way of sharing my art and sharing what I like doing. And I can do things like this, I'm just practicing a little bit of anatomy and using random colors. Yeah, I just feel like I would like just like a small community. Yep, I totally agree. Like you said before, like Discord servers are a really nice place. I have a couple of servers where I share my art with mostly people I know, and it's what you said, it's small server, you pretty much know everyone. Everyone is into similar stuff because you have similar taste over there, and it feels really nice to share art there. What type of content is your friend streaming? Are they artists or gamers? Because man, streaming can be wild. People do all sorts of things here. It's just games. That's cool. What type of games is he into? A little bit of everything, or is he playing a particular niche? Minecraft is what he really found his community now. That's crazy. Yeah, I feel like Minecraft community is pretty committed, aren't they? I don't know, I played Minecraft not when it came out, but very close to when it was a thing at the beginning. And yeah, I had some fun, but some people just go for it and just play and play. Doesn't feel like you have that many things to do, but yeah, I guess it's an endless game, really. Do you have any tips for coloring digitally? That's a pretty generic question. But yeah, as in literally what I'm doing right now, it's a pretty extreme approach, but like just don't be afraid to move the hue. You know, like you can do crazy things like this and it just, yeah, this is all over the place, but if you get the values right, which is what I'm checking when I do this switch, if you get the values right, you can make these crazy color schemes work. So yeah, like it's not usually so much about the color, it's usually more about getting the proper values, getting the dark areas and the shadow areas be a darker value than the lights, and then just, yeah, don't be afraid to move the color wheel left and right or right and left. I think that's a pretty good starting point. Or even like something that really helped me a lot at the beginning is trying to think like, how would I put it? Try to think about it like a cross where you have light on one side and dark on the other, and this is how you paint with values. You know, you make your shadows darker and then you make your lights obviously lighter. That's pretty easy to understand, pretty straightforward. But then when you start using colors, try to think about, instead of thinking about many colors, just think about warm and cold. So like way in one side you have like cold colors and in the other one you have warmer colors, and just try to think about those two things. You know, when you're painting, think about it. Think about, okay, is this area darker than this area? Yes, then you make it darker, and then you look at the colors and don't even think if it's red, if it's yellow, if it's pink. Just think, is this warmer than the color next to it, or is this cooler than the color next to it? You know, and that will help a lot because it will simplify. You don't have to think about millions or hundreds of colors. You just have to think about two concepts. Is it darker, or is it warmer, or is it cooler than the color next to it? And I think that really helps a lot. Because the problem with digital is that you literally have too many options. That's another cool tip. Like maybe start by giving yourself a limited palette. Like, you know, you can literally you might see some people do it, like you can literally just paint on the canvas and be like, okay, this is the color I'm gonna use for this, and this is the other color I'm gonna use, and then maybe this color, and those are your colors, and you just work with those colors like if it was traditional. Because sometimes in traditional you just have the colors you have and you have to make it work. So I think those options might be helpful. Just, yeah, most of it is actually giving yourself some limitations, because like I said, one of the problems you have with digital sometimes is having too many options, and that's actually hurting you because it's paralyzing you. Like you don't know what to do, you try to do everything and you end up doing nothing. Yeah, I don't know if that's helping you or alright, it just sounds like total nonsense. You see, even here I'm doing like a pretty exaggerated version of what I was talking. Like in this character, the shadow is mostly in the middle. So I have like this color here. And then I'm just using like a warm light on one side and a cool light on the other side. And that keeps, you know, the color scheme interesting. Or you can even simplify it more and just make the shadows cool and the lights warm. Or the other way around, depends on the mood you're going for. But yeah, I think that's the main take. Try and simplify things as much as you can. Try and remove options and be more precise with your, be more specific with your decisions. I think that will help you improve a lot faster and get less frustrated. Yeah, I feel like I get lost with all the brushes, especially when I first tried Clip Studio. Yeah, the brushes is another issue, like, and it's like I would give you the same advice with brushes. Just, yeah, try a few of them, have fun with them, see what you like, what you don't, and then just pick one or two and focus on using those brushes like 90% of the time. I'm doing all these paintings and all these drawings literally with just the round brush. I'm not using any fancy texture or any, you know, every now and then I switch to the airbrush to make a little gradient, or sometimes I like using, you know, other maybe more textures or calligraphy brushes, but, you know, things like this with a little bit more texture for drawing. But yeah, that's it. I try to keep it really simple. Like it's like, you know, like you would keep your real tools. You have your G pen for inking, so that's your pen. So kind of do the same with digital. Find your pen for inking, find your brush for painting, and just build from that. At some point you will build up confidence, and then you can literally use anything if you need to. But I've been doing this for many years, and I still prefer to just use as very little tools as I can. Because the less I'm using, you know, if I'm not using menus, if I'm not switching tools and I'm just painting, it's easier for me to forget that I'm using a digital tool and that I'm using a computer, and I just focus on the drawing. But what really trips me out is how other people can get inked digital art to look traditional when mine looks, I feel like, too perfect or like traced. Yeah, I get what you mean. It's, I don't know, have you tried maybe playing around with the, because probably Procreate has some sort of stabilizer that makes your lines smooth and more perfect, and I usually hate those things because, like you said, it makes your lines look too perfect, look like a vector, and depending on the style you're going for, you want the opposite. You want your lines to be scratchy. So I know you can get some stabilizers for Photoshop and other things, but I usually deactivate all that. It makes line art harder to make, but it feels more real, like you said, because I also enjoy making a lot of line art and sketching and things like that, and I just hate it when line art looks, like you said, fake or traced. I totally get what you mean. Maybe that's a good start for you, trying to mess around with the stabilizer, and maybe it's too high for the brushes you're using and it's really hurting your art rather than helping you. When I used Clip Studio, it did feel better. Yeah, Clip's really good for that, because obviously that's why a lot of manga artists use it. So they pay a lot of attention to the engine of the brushes and especially how inking works. I've been thinking about getting Clip myself too, because I would probably enjoy the line art. And then there is also like the, you know, the way you make the art, because one of the problems with digital is that you can zoom in a lot and then you can make, you know, your line art to be exactly how you want, and you can Control Z and do all those things. So I feel like that's also I just can't keep paying for a monthly subscription for Clip Studio. Don't they have like a lifetime permanent license option too? Might be a bit more expensive, but then you get it in theory forever. But yeah, you can just keep using Procreate until you get used to digital, and then maybe if things get more serious, you can consider getting your Clip Studio. That's it. Just try and find the right brush that works for you. Try to remove the stabilizer as much as you can so you get your natural lines. And then those little things like trying not to zoom in too much, trying not to abuse Ctrl Z or undo or whatever you do it in Procreate. Those things help keep the lines more natural and more real. Like 200, I think, for a year when I spent $30 for Procreate. Yeah, that's why Procreate is a better option for a lot of people. You just pay for it once, it's pretty cheap, and you're good to go. Is it worth paying money for more brushes? It really depends on, generally speaking, no. I would say no. Like, you're not gonna find anything better. You're not gonna find, like, you know, it's not gonna make a massive difference. Especially because you still don't know what you're looking for in a brush, and you don't know what's the tools you enjoy. I think it might be worth it in really particular scenarios. In, let's say you're doing a particular job that needs a particular type of brush or a particular type of texture, and you are on a schedule, like you're on a deadline and you want to get something done, and you don't want to be messing around with the brush options and trying to find the right tool, and you find someone that just made the perfect brush for whatever job you're trying to get done, then I think in that case it might be worth, you know, just spend like 20 bucks or $5 or whatever they're charging you for the brushes, get them, and yeah, and move on and do the work that it's what you want to do. But other than particular cases like that, I'd say no. You know, if you can afford it and it's the brushes of someone you really like and it's gonna make you draw more, then hell yeah, you know. But other than those particular cases, you're not gonna find like any hidden secret behind the brush. I'd say just, you know, save your money to buy like software you're gonna buy, or even buy some course or education or even anything else that it's just gonna be more fun, because all the default brushes are pretty decent to make art with them. And if you don't quite like the default brushes, learning how to modify the brushes and how to get them to do what you want to do is pretty worth it, because in the long run you're gonna understand how the brushes work, and then when you need a particular effect you can make it happen from scratch. Plus, a lot of artists nowadays share their brushes for free. So even if you just wanna, you know, try other people's approach and other people's brushes and styles, you can just get it a lot of the times for free. So I feel like people selling brushes, it's just a way, you know, I see it more of a way like, hey, I like this artist, I like what they do, I'm gonna support them, and they just, you know, give you something in return. It's like, hey, you give me money so I can keep making my art and you get my brushes. But I think that's about it. Thanks for the tips. No problem. That's why we're here. Now, what type of manga are you thinking of doing? Like, what are your references, or what's your, I don't know, what's your favorite manga, or what type of manga would you like to make? Because we have a pretty wide range of styles and topics. I don't know. I have been reading so much so I can learn more. So you have no idea. That's interesting, but you know you want to make a manga. I don't know, there must be a particular artist or a particular story that make you say, hey, I want to draw manga. have so many books I want to read myself about all those topics. By the time I finish reading one book, then I have like 10 more that I want to read, so I'm never gonna catch up. I have a base ideas, like the what ifs of a story, but not the plot really. Well, I was thinking more of like the genre, like, you know, is it gonna be like a fighting anime? Is it gonna be a slice of life? Is it gonna be that type of thing, you know? Is it gonna be about strong dudes holding a massive sword, or is it gonna be about schoolgirls having dramas? Like the general, you know, the general vibe of... Is there gonna be robots? Is it gonna be fantasy? Is it gonna be sci-fi? Most likely a slice of life. Oh, I see. That's nice. I had never been much into that genre, but recently I find it quite, you know, quite soothing. You just want to relax after your day of work or whatever, and yeah, it's chill. You can just read or watch something like that. But I don't think I could ever work on a story like that. It's like, I don't know, I want, you know, I want fantasy or robots or spaceships or explosions. Pretty basic in that sense. I feel like every fighting plot I think of, someone has already done it. Yeah, you're not wrong, but the fact that someone has already done it shouldn't stop you from doing what you want to do. It's cool trying to find new twists and new ideas and new, you know, turnarounds to the same concept. I like the struggler main character manga, so I would probably a mix of that with slice of life. Yeah, that's an interesting mix. Because usually when you have like a struggler type of main character, you just push everything to the extreme. You just push, you know, their life is shit. It's the worst thing. Like the worst possible things just happen to those characters and they struggle through it. So yeah, I guess you can totally mix that with slice of life. It's just, it's a good combo. I don't think it has been used that much, you know, the two extremes. this. I wanna probably make this darker here. Every idea I get, it's too much like Hunter x Hunter and Chainsaw Man. Or Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, but that's fine. I don't think there is anything wrong about making it too much like whatever you like. You know, if it's a good base, you can just turn it into your own thing. Like, look at Elden Ring and Dark Souls. It's basically Berserk make video game like 20 different times and with 20 different approaches, but the inspiration it's still the same, and it's pretty, you know, it's pretty obvious what's inspired on, but you can still make something different out of that. I think the main point is that you make the story you want to make, regardless of how many times it has been done or if it's super original or not. Like, because if you get tangled into the idea that it has been done or that it's not original enough, you might end up not doing it, and that's the worst thing you can do, not do it. I really like how with Jujutsu Kaisen Yuji is the struggler, and it's not just hand-fed everything. Yeah, I think we like that. Nowadays we value that a lot more, because we live in a world that it's trying to give you everything, and it takes away from you, you know, like, we do have struggles, but on a different sense. But yeah, I totally get what you mean. I'm one of those Berserk fanboys, you know. Can't help it. One sec, no problem. Be here when you come back. Rykard. You're back. That was quick. Was ready for an hour of silence. Yeah, I think I'm ready to move on to another character. Guy's fun, but I like the idea you said of turning a video game idea into a story. Yeah. Switching the media, it's a really nice way to be creative. You know, for every piece of media you have different challenges and things and problems to solve, so it's gonna force you to get more creative. Keep this line a bit more consistent. Is there any way I can send you my art and you could critique it? Do you have it somewhere in like a social media or platform, or you just have it on your iPad? Right now it's just on my hard drive. Well, if you check, let me double check for a second, but somewhere, I don't know if do I have my link tree in, I don't know what I have set up on my description page of Kick. Do I even have a description? I think it's gonna be easier. Second. I'll just post this in the chat. There you go, and then you can find all my social media, and there is one that it's one of the emails I use for, you know, for occasions like this. And yeah, you can send it through email if you're comfortable with that idea. If not, maybe we can use Discord or any other place, but I think email works fine for me. No problem. Don't promise much, but I'll see what I can do. You know, if I can help, I'll try to. I think what I should say is that try to be specific with the feedback you want, because yeah, critique is really generic term. So just try to, you know, with a few lines, just try to specify what were you trying to do, what, you know, what's your inspiration, what's your objective with that particular drawing or exercise, because, you know, if it's an anatomy study, then I'm gonna give you a type of feedback, and if you're just making your own story or your own manga panel, it's gonna be a different type of feedback, because, you know, everything in its own place. If you're doing a panel, I'm gonna care a lot more about storytelling and design, you know, is that expression, is that pose the best way to depict that part of the story, or, you know, but some people get all that mixed up, like you're just trying to make a quick storyboard and you get people giving you feedback on the anatomy, and it's like, I don't care about the anatomy in this particular case. I just care about, you know, getting the energy and getting the right pose and getting the right camera angle. All those things are a lot more important than the anatomy when you're making a storyboard. Or the other way around, you know. If you're just making an anatomy study, I don't care how original your character is or how good your colors are. It's just, are the muscles in the right place, attached to the right part of the body? Is the proportions correct? Is the, you know. I think that's where feedback gets really tricky. Right now I'm just working on anatomy, proportions, and perspective. I see. Well, that's good. Just make sure to specify on the pieces which ones are what and what you were trying to do and what you were trying to learn. Because even anatomy is such a, you know, broad term. I have to make sure I set up my Kik profile properly so I can have all those links available for people and I don't have to be looking for them when someone asks. Will you stream tomorrow? Yeah. This month I'm streaming every day. I'm just doing this, you know, figure drawing challenge, and I thought that part of my personal challenge would be to just stream the whole process of drawing all these figures. So yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. What time does it start? That's a good question. Hopefully a little bit earlier than today. Yeah. It's around this time. I don't know where are you from, but I'm based in Europe, so right now for me it's nearly 3 a.m. And usually I just start streaming in the evening, like after dinner, maybe 10 p.m., 11 p.m. for the Central European time. That will probably be different for you. It's 7 p.m. where you are, I see. Yeah, I've been trying to start my streams a bit earlier, but I keep myself busy, and then by the time I click go live, it's already really late. Oh, 7 p.m. where you are. That's probably relatively close to the East Coast time, right? Well, maybe more like Central. I'm in America on the border to Mexico. So whatever that is. Let's see. Well, the border to Mexico is a pretty long line. But yeah, I get what you mean. I've been poking at this guy for too long already. Well, it's about a 35-minute drive from my house to the border, so it's pretty close. I see. Yeah, no, I was thinking more about like east to west or west to east coast. Like you have pretty long distance from one side to the other. But dang, that's really close. About an hour drive. Especially for American standards in terms of distance. No, people over there can drive for crazy amounts of hours just to go from one state to another. I have a few friends on the States, and one of them works as an artist going to conventions, and every other day he's just driving, casually driving, like 14, 16, 17-hour drive. And it's like, man, how did you even do that on a regular basis? Most of my family is in Mexico, so we stay as close as possible. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's see. What else? Like I want to do a quick one. Been drawing that one for too long and I want to keep it quick and fresh. Do you use the Loomis method? Oh, the Loomis, the you mean the head, the one for drawing the head, right? Is that the one you're talking about? Let's see. I'm familiar with it and I started using it and I've tried learning it a few times, but really I don't use it when I'm drawing for real. I should probably practice it a little bit more and learn because it's really good, but I honestly don't use it. Lately I just draw out of intuition. If I'm having issues with a particular drawing, I might use the Loomis method as a way to check where am I failing and where I'm struggling and how can I fix a problem. But generally speaking, when I start a drawing, I just go for it and I just trust my intuition. I might use some guidelines, like, you know, like, or a simplified version of what you would find in the Loomis method. But in general, I just go for it. But that changes over time. Like right now, I'm just enjoying a lot the shape to shape method where you just literally, you know, okay, I'm gonna draw a forearm. So, you know, it's roughly this rectangle shape. And then I'm gonna draw a base for the hand. So it's like this little square shape. And I just keep building up one shape next to the other. And I just literally base everything on whatever shape you have next to it. It can lead to a lot of proportion issues, but I have a lot of fun drawing like this. You use a mix of those. Yeah, I think that's always the best approach. Just grab whatever works from you from any method or any technique and build from that. Because at the end of the day, all those methods are just, you know, ways to explain to someone else what you're doing or what you're thinking, but in reality you don't need to use those methods at any point. How hard do you think it is to go pro in art and sell it digitally like on Fiverr? Oh man, that's really tricky because I don't think hard or easy is the right frame here. Because there are so many ways you can do things. Like, depends on what you want to sell, depends on how you want to sell it. Do you want to sell your services? Do you want to sell prints of your own art? Do you want to, you know, do you want to create content out of it and then you're not selling your art? It's just... And I'd say, like, no matter what you try, art is gonna be hard. That's, yeah, I don't think it would be fair to say that it's easy in any case. But that being said, there are particular approaches that people can take to be more efficient. I'd say the quote-unquote easiest is to really know what you want to do. If you know what you want to do and then you put all your efforts into just making that happen, it's where you have the highest chance of actually, you know, like you said, go pro and sell your art. But like that's really ambiguous, like, because I've seen the commission side of selling art has been popping. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Like, you get to see people that they have a particular art style that people like, or they have a nice presence on social media, and then they manage to get commissions and sell stuff. So it really changes a lot depending on the market, what you're drawing. Is it what you are interested in, popular? You know, and that depends and changes super quickly. So yeah, in a way, like, I don't like using the word luck, but in a way, if you are lucky in the sense of the things you like doing and the things you like drawing and the things you are good at drawing align with people's taste in social media at that moment, then yeah, you are lucky because you have a higher chance to make that work. But if what you happen to like and what you enjoy drawing is not popular in this moment, then it's kind of really hard. So that's why there is no right answer for this type of question. Like, the best advice I can give is that, like, just know exactly what it is that you want to do and then try to make the most efficient path towards that direction. Because with art, and I'm speaking by my own experience, it's really easy to want to do everything and just get lost into the process of just learning and learning and learning and doing what everyone else is doing and not developing your own thing. But yeah, I know people that, you know, they've been drawing just for a few years and they start going to conventions and they don't have even strong skills, but they just happen to have a cute style and people like it, and they have a nice presence when they're sitting in the table and they talk to people and they make friends, and, you know, people go there and buy their art and they earn money and make a living, or people selling prints or people selling merch. Like, there are many ways to do things. And then on the other extremes, there is people that are extremely skilled, like have crazy talent, but they just don't know what to do with that, and they end up not selling anything or not working for anyone. But yeah, like, there are many routes. But if you are thinking about commissions and selling art, yeah, I think the best way to do that is to actually you know, have some presence. I think it's more aligned with having people skills. Of course you need to have the art skills, that's almost a given, but just to a degree. Like, you don't need to be master level to be able to sell your art. But even though, like, no matter what, it's always hard. Like, even if you manage to get commissions, even if you manage to sell prints, even if you manage to have a nice presence, it's still a nice struggle in the economical sense. Basically, I wouldn't go into art just for the money. If you really enjoy making it and you can find a way to make it work, then hell yeah. Misclick. It's okay, I'll forgive you. And then there are also the trends, you know, or the things that just pop. Like, I remember when NFTs came out, like, everyone was losing their shit, and I know people who made a lot of money out of selling NFTs, and now all that is gone. So, yeah. Do you draw in the anime style? I have to admit that I have a past with anime. It's been a while since I've drawn anime style, but yeah, I do have some influence. But generally speaking, I try to not think too much about what style I'm drawing, and I just care about particular aspects of the drawing. I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna use the restroom. All right. Let's see. How many times do you draw a week? More than 7. I try to draw every day. Yeah, sometimes even more than 1 session a day. There can be times where I just don't draw. It's fine, I'm not really obsessed about it, about the idea of having to do it, you know? Lately I've been feeling like it, so I just do it every day. Sometimes I spend entire weekends that I just don't draw and just do something else. Nice to find a balance. Some people can just, you know, draw a little bit every day and they find balance like that. For me, that rarely ever works. I try to draw 4 times a week, but a lot of the time school gets in the way. Yeah, I get that. But 4 times a week, it's still pretty good. Most of the days of the week anyway. The most important thing is that you are drawing because you want to draw. The moment you start to feel like you're drawing because you have to, then it's not that good. I used to force myself to draw every day a year ago, which I did improve my art a lot, but I got burnt out and stopped for like a month. Now I draw whenever I want. Yeah, exactly. That's the issue with forcing yourself to draw. You do improve, but what's the point if you are gonna burn yourself and not want to draw anymore? It hurts you more in the long run. I think my playlist just ran out. Let's see. Mute this because I might get some ads. Let's go here. And let's try this one. When I draw cities in the background of my art or just practicing perspective, I just go on Google Earth and look up random place in the world, mainly in Japan, for reference. Do you have a better idea? No, actually I think that's a pretty good idea. It's a pretty good resource using Google Maps. I think not many people know about it, but it's a really good way to find, you can go literally anywhere and find pictures that are not copyrighted, and you can totally use that as reference with no issues. Well, I think that's a pretty good idea. Especially if you just, if you don't care so much about the backgrounds, if you just want to have something in the background for your story, but it's not your main thing, then I think it's totally legit. It would be a different story if you really care about environments and you want to make your own, you want to get really good, or you want to make your own. Still, it's a really good practice. Because the good thing about using something like Google Earth is that you still have to move the camera and you still have to make decisions based on your own taste. So that's gonna give you a really particular opinion and views. Did you come up with that yourself or you learned it somewhere else? Yeah, I have been using it for a while. I mean, obviously, if you can go to places and be there and even take pictures, even if you don't use the pictures, but just the fact of being there in person, seeing the scale of things, that really helps a lot to understand what's going on. Because there are a lot of things that in a picture are just compressed and you don't really get the scale or the proportions or the atmosphere of things, but still, as a drawing practice, I think that's really good. Because, yeah, then like things get a little bit more, how would I put it? Things can get a little bit less technical and then it becomes a more of a personal thing of like, okay, when I'm in this particular environment or in this particular city or this place, I have these feelings and it makes me feel this way, or it makes me think of this, or it reminds me of that. How do you make that into a drawing? And that's a more like, you know, itty witty, more spiritual side of art. But yeah, that's a completely different question. But I think that those things start to become more important once you get over the skill side of things. When you think about like really cool environments like Studio Ghibli or things like that, a lot of it is just how it really makes you feel. It's not so much about the technicalities of how the environment is made, but the decisions that the artist makes to make you feel whatever they want you to feel. I think that's where the magic happens. What do you think about AI art? Oh, I think it's pretty obvious. What do I think? Well, how do I put it lightly and without getting any foam coming out of my mouth? I don't know, I think it's one of the shittiest things humanity has ever made, basically. And don't get me wrong, I don't have anything against the technology itself or people, even users using it, if people want to have fun with that. But it's just the motivations behind it. It's just terrible. I mean, and there is nothing to do, like it's gonna exist and it's gonna keep evolving and it's gonna keep getting better. But still, like the whole idea of corporations trying to get rid of the artist in the equation of making money with entertainment, because that's you know, it's about that, like. And what really pisses me off is that they're not even open about that fact, because, you know, it's like, yeah, you just want to get rid of the artist because working with artists, it's hard and it's really complicated and it makes things difficult. So what do? You get rid of the artist by creating this abomination of technology. But instead of telling you that, like, look, we just want to make more money. We're making this stuff so we can make more money without having to pay artists that we are already paying shit to the artists, but let's make this stuff so we don't even have to pay anything to the artist. And on top of that, they just rip off the work of artists to make that technology. And on top of that, they just sell you this idea that it's just, you know, we're gonna democratize art because that way it's not we're not gatekeeping art behind skill and techniques and talent, so everybody can use it. And we're gonna make it, you know, open source so everybody can have access to the technology. And then literally every single company using AI, it's just selling you a subscription based form. So it's like, what are you even talking about? I think that pretty much sums it up. I mean, I could keep ranting all night, but I just wanted to get my opinion out there. I have just been looking for references on Pinterest and everything is AI. It is so annoying. It steals people's art, like you said. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, it starts to creep out onto everything. Like the other day I was listening to a YouTube channel and I was really enjoying it because it was about, you know, journals and stuff, and there was a really cool voice. And after listening to a few chapters of that, and I was really enjoying the writing and the voice, I just realized that the voice was AI. And it's like, man, it's gonna start to happen. Like, we're gonna start seeing things that are just AI, or even the opposite. Like sometimes I just find like a really cool artist and they're doing something really weird, really experimental, and my first thought is like, oh, it's AI. But no, then maybe you just discover that it's all photo manipulation and using real props and just taking really cool pictures with really crazy lighting. But my first reaction was, oh, this is weird, so it must be AI. And it just sucks. You know, or people being accused of just using AI when they're just, you know, they've been just developing their skills for years. It's really sad. I think that's the best way to put it. I think AI is really sad. The motivations for it existing and what it's doing to the community and what it's doing to the art and what it's doing to people. I don't know, right now we still have... Yeah, the boys is just the beginning of the iceberg. Yeah, exactly, because a boys, it's like, yeah, okay, you're faking it and I didn't really get it, but it was an actual voice. But that's gonna start to happen with videos, and that's gonna start to happen with faces we know, and that's gonna start to happen with because that's the thing, like right now it's almost like a meme because it's just affecting the artist first, but it's gonna affect everything. Like we don't know what to believe anymore. It's gonna turn into a shit show and there is no way these things can be regulated, like, 'cause it evolves so fast that laws cannot keep up with that. For now, we still have a pretty decent backlash from people, so most people are willing to support real artists, and it's gonna give a lot more value to art made by people, but I don't know how long is that going to be, because for the next generations growing up in the world, like, AI is just going to be a normal thing. They're not even going to care if a person made that or not. They just care about the content they're consuming. Every single tech company is shoving it down your throat whether you like it or not. Yeah, exactly. That was my point the other day with a discussion I was having with someone. Like, dude, like, they sell us that, hey, AI is gonna make everything more available, everything cheaper, everything's gonna be better because, it reduces cost of everything. And now we have graphics cards with AI technology and they are more expensive than ever. So, I don't know. I thought it was gonna make things cheaper, But nah. It only makes labor cheaper. And it doesn't even make your work easier, because I had that issue. I was working for a fast fashion sort of design company, making logos and little graphics and stuff like that. It was not cool things, but it was just a paid gig, so I could make some money out of that. And from one week to another, it just became like, hey, we're gonna be using this AI technology, so go to this website, learn how to use this. And all of a sudden, from one week to another, I was supposed to start doing like 4 times the amount of work I was already doing, because I could use AI, and AI was gonna allow me to make it faster. And I was just literally letting a freaking robot make decisions and make vectors, and I would have to open that in Illustrator and start to correct the mistakes that the AI was making just to make that a deliverable product. And it was like, dude, this sucks. So I just quit that job next week. Like, I'm not gonna be babysitting AI. Yeah, especially Nvidia wants to replace everything with it. I know. And it's like, what's even the point if we're not even rendering the frames anymore? We're just faking them with AI. Which, again, like, the technology is really cool. I'm literally using right now one of the noise suppression things from Nvidia in my microphone, so that way I can use my keyboard and I can move around and you don't hear the noises. You just hear my voice. And like, yeah, the technology is really cool, but it's gonna get to a point that everything is just gonna be super fake. And it's really sad how it's affecting, especially young people that want to start drawing, or that they're just getting started with art. It's like, it makes it so hopeless for them, because it's like, why would you even start if, it makes it feel like it doesn't make any sense to do art anymore, when in reality it's art has never been about the end product. I think that's what AI gets wrong. Like, people think that art should be about the final result, and it has never been about that. That's another one. I'm gonna get off now. See you tomorrow. All right. It's Copper. Thanks for the conversation and the company. Enjoy the rest of your evening and see you tomorrow. Bye. Okay, will I finish filling the page? Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, I could try a few quick ones. I said this one was gonna be a quick one and it was basically an hour. Okay. This one can be fun. I'll probably post this. But like I always say, let's do one more. have to finish the page. There is no way I don't finish the page. So that, I think that's it. I'm gonna leave it here. All right. Thanks for watching and see you tomorrow.